Good morning, guys. It's Naveen joining the call. Can you guys hear me? Could you please type in chat window? Thank you, Pratyusha. Give me one moment here. Okay, guys. Today we'll be spending some time on assessments, and we'll continue, guys. We'll continue a little bit of Spark and things like that. So let me see who is the first one. Harshita, are you there? Can you give me a? Can you come online, please? Harshita. Harshita, can you come online, please? Okay, let's say. Next, let's say Praharsha, are you there? Can you come online, please?
Yes, Naveen.
Come online. Can you turn on the video so that you have an idea? Okay, I will give you a few questions. Let's see if you're able to answer them. Can share my screen. And let's see, here we are. Can you choose right answer, Praharsha?
Which of these are advantages of regions? All the above. High availability, low latency, global footprint. Answer is all the above.
Why do you think it's all the above?
Because all these three are advantages of regions.
Very good. Okay. And let's see, scroll down here. Okay. See, bring this up. And let's say, share it. Share again. Here we go. Can you choose the right answer?
Deploying applications or database to bigger instances. I think it's horizontal scaling.
Horizontal, okay. You're not feeling well, Praharsha?
Yes, sir. Fever is there, so.
Oh, okay. Just take a few minutes of yours, let's say. Okay, here's the next question.
True or false? You will not be billed for a VM or storage after it is stopped. True, Naveen.
Okay. Same way.
Music.
Okay. Here's the next one.
Which of these operating systems are supported by Azure VMs? Windows, Linux, both. Azure VMs operating systems are supported. I think it's both Windows and Linux.
Okay.
Which of these configurations provide 99.99% availability of your VM-based deployment? Multiple VMs in one availability zone, single VM in one Azure region, multiple VMs in two or more availability zones or regions. Option C, multiple VMs in two or more availability zones or regions.
Okay. Thank you, Praharsha. You can
Okay.
sign off. Thank you. Take care, please.
Naveen, this is Harshita.
Okay, Harshita, you're back. One moment, please. Okay. Let's see, back to Harshita. Sign off. And see what I have for you. Okay. See if you're able to answer this. Read the question and answer, please.
Azure SQL database is an example. It's a platform as a service.
Platform as service, okay. Okay.
Installing a SQL Server database manually in Windows virtual machine is classified as infrastructure as a service, I think so.
Okay. Okay.
If you are using a software as a service, services like Office 365, which of these is your responsibility? Defining scaling rules, maintaining hardware, configuring software as a service solution. Configuring the software as a service solution.
And why do you say that?
It's because we can't. We control the data and settings for this software and service.
Okay. Okay, here's the next one.
You don't worry about infrastructure and focus on your code. Which of these services would you recommend? Azure Functions, Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Functions.
Why?
For focusing on our code. For focusing on our code, we use Azure Functions to
Okay, is that your answer?
yes, sir. Azure Functions is answer.
Okay, here's the next one.
You want to build a serverless workflow with a GUI involving orchestration of multiple long-running processes. Which of these services would you recommend? Azure Functions, Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Logic Apps. Azure Logic Apps.
Why?
I think because it's running. Because the process is running multiple times, we use Logic App.
Okay. Do you know what is Kubernetes service?
Sir,
Do you know what is Azure Kubernetes service?
it will perform all the functions at a time.
Okay. Thank you, Harshita. Let's say Shehbaz, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Sharing the screen.
True or false, customer is responsible for availability when using SaaS. It's a false, Naveen.
Okay. Next one.
In past, customer has to access VM instances. It's true, Naveen.
Pardon me?
It's true one. Virtual machine instance. Your application needs customized OS and custom software installed. Which of these services would you recommend? Azure App Service. No.
Why do you say it's Azure App Service?
Because as per the customer requirement, we need to install software. So with using Azure VMs, we cannot do that thing. True or false, hardware is recommended for frequently accessed data in Azure blob storage. It's true, Naveen.
Okay.
Data stored in Azure storage, locally redundant storage is duplicated across multiple availability zones. Yes, Naveen, it's true.
Okay.
Data stored in Azure storage zone, redundant storage is replicated across multiple regions. It's also true, Naveen.
Okay.
Data stored in Azure blob storage using archive tier has low storage cost and high retrieval cost. Oh, yes, Naveen, it's true.
Okay. Thank you, Shabas.
Yeah, thank you, Naveen.
Okay. Thakur, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen, I'm there.
Answer it. Read and answer, please.
You have requirement to keep your file for period of 5 years. This file will be rarely accessed. What storage type will you recommend? Archive type. Archive.
Archive. Okay.
Sorry, archive.
No?
You have several machines running on premises with Windows 10. You are planning to map network drive to these machines and you've been tasked to choose spawning Azure services. Which of these options will you recommend? Virtual machine, disk data, Azure cloud control. Azure file services, I think. Naveen.
Why do you say so?
Because to map a network drive of these machines, I'm thinking so.
Do you know what is an Azure blob container?
It contains only unstructured data. Unmanaged disks are easier to use than managed disks. False, Naveen.
And why do you say so?
Unmanaged disks it may be unstructured data, and managed disks, I think so. It contains a format of tables like structured data because it's more easier to use managed table than unmanaged. That's why. Azure Cosmos DB is non-relational or non-SQL database.
Did you answer it, Thakur?
Yes, Naveen, non-relational or no SQL database, not only SQL. You want to create a managed relational database using Microsoft SQL Server, Azure. Which of these service? Microsoft Relational, Azure SQL database. Azure SQL database, Naveen.
Why do you say it's Azure SQL?
Oh. Because it's relational database.
Good answer. Thank you, Thakur.
Thank you, Naveen.
Okay, next, let's say Sricharan, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, can you please come online? Okay.
Each of this is a global database that automatically replicates data across multiple Azure regions. Azure SQL database, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Storage. So Azure SQL database,
Why do you say so?
because it's a global database. It provides services across global.
Okay. Okay, next one.
Which of these Azure services recommended for data warehousing and big data workloads? Azure Synapse Analytics.
What do you think is
Gina.
Azure cache for Redis?
It's a in-memory.
Okay. Sharing again. Okay.
You are concerned about encryption and security of documents which emails created by your want a flexible service to protect and encrypt document and emails. Which of these services would you recommend? Azure Security Center. Yeah, it's here.
Okay. Okay. Next one.
Which of these is an Azure environment specifically built to meet and compliance security requirements for US government? Sorry, it's a Azure government.
Okay.
Which of these are large-scale attacks to bring your applications down? It's a DDoS attacks.
Okay. know the full form of DDoS?
Enable the recall.
Oh, you can't recall. Okay. Okay, next one.
Which of the following is a characteristic of public cloud? D, all of the above.
Why?
Because it's available globally and we will be paying for what we use, and it's flexible and elastic. You
Okay.
can scale up.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, now.
Yeah. Jyotsna, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you try to come online, please?
But the cam was not working.
Okay. Okay. Here's the question.
Permissions roles assigned to user at the resource group level are applied. True, Naveen.
And when you say it is true?
Because for every level, there is a respective permissions and for the respective roles. Which of these provides centralized management for access policy compliance across multiple management groups, Naveen? You have created a resource group in region West Europe. Can you provision a resource in different regions? Yes, Naveen.
And what is this more?
We can access, we can log in into VMs anywhere.
Okay. Notice.
False, Naveen. Azure subscriptions can have more than one network. False, Naveen.
Next one, please.
You have created an Azure SQL DB instance using free tier subscription. You have now upgraded to True, Naveen.
Okay.
Your web application needs to connect to a data you do not want to store your passwords in source code. Which of these? Using Azure Key Vault.
Why?
From Azure Key Vault only we are getting the security keys for moving the codes from one level to another level.
Okay. Thank you, Jyotsna.
Yeah, thanks. Now.
Next, let's say Durga Lokesh, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see who it is. Durga Lokesh, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Okay, here's the first question.
Users can have multiple logs like read log and delete log. True, Naveen. Naveen.
Yeah, I got that. Okay, here's the second question.
Which of the following service provides automated recommendations to improve reliability, security, and performance, achieve operational excellence, and reduce costs of your Azure infrastructure? Azure Advisor, Naveen. Services under public preview are recommended for business critical production workloads. False, Naveen. You are running your workloads on Azure, provisioning 20 Azure VMs to run your workloads in Azure. Under pay-as-you-go model comes under operational expenditure.
What do you think is capital expenditure? Do you have any
Spent by
capital expenditure?
in fact, money spent by infrastructure.
Okay. One, please. Okay. Next one.
One data transfer from Azure to on-premises is always free. False, Naveen.
And why do you say that?
Sometimes it's free, Naveen.
Are you online? Can you come online?
No.
What was your answer?
False, Naveen.
And why?
For sometimes it's free, Naveen, and then it's cost as for data transfer you require.
Okay. Okay, next question.
Enterprise plans to study the rise of temperature across the country due to CO2 emissions. They are deploying millions of sensors across the country to record temperatures. at regular intervals. Which Azure service can help manage the devices and receive telemetry? Azure Analytics Services.
Okay, next one.
Your organization have various departments. Each department requires the creation of same set of multiple Azure resources across different resource groups. You have been tasked to automate this process of resource deployment. Which of these solutions would you recommend? Virtual machine scale assessment.
Thank you, Durga.
Thank you.
Subbu, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you come online? Are you able to take?
My cam is problem, so
Okay, so here's your first question.
deploy or provision these machines.
Read it so that everybody can.
Okay, Naveen. Systems, Windows, and multiple Linux distros. You provision these machines when you need them. Run performance tests. You destroy instances after running the tests. Which of these services is recommended to automate each of your performance testing team? Azure Data Test Labs, Azure Reserved Virtual Machines, Azure Virtual Machine Scale Test, Azure Availability Sets. Azure Dev Test Labs.
Why do you say that?
Performance tests.
It's okay. Sharing the screen. Okay.
Dash refers to the practice of paying upfront for a product, service, section, then deducting the costs of the purchase from your tax bill. Operational tax, overtime, capital expenditure.
And what do you say?
Product of paying.
Okay.
The Dash cloud model offers organization the most ownership and control. Private Naveen.
Why?
Ownership the control. Cloud model.
Okay.
Of the following ensures data residency and compliance need are met for customers who need to keep their data applications close. Of these reasons, which of the following reasons should geographies Naveen?
Okay. Next one.
When you deploy multiple resources that are part of single solution and share the same life cycle, they should all exist in the same resource group, region, availability, set, resource group. Naveen.
Okay.
Dash can be used to deploy to manage a set of identical virtual machines. Virtual machine availability zone, virtual machine availability, virtual machine scale sets. Naveen.
What do you say some virtual machine skill sets?
Multiple VMs.
Okay.
Dash are a good solution when you're concerned only about the code running your service instead of the underlying platform or infrastructure. Azure Container Instances, Azure App Services, Azure Functions, Naveen.
Thank you, Subbu.
Thank you, Naveen.
Chandral Ganesh, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Navin.
Can you come online?
Yes, Navin.
Okay. Share it.
Resource manager templates are dash files that define the resources you wish to deploy. JSON, Navin.
You know what JSON stands for?
Navin?
What does JSON stand for?
Not remember Navin right now. Dash is a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to end users. Cosmos, Azure Cosmos DB, Navin. Dash is optimized for storing massive amounts of unstructured data in Azure. Tables, Navin.
Next one.
Dash servicing is an ideal solution when you are concerned only about the code running your service rather than the underlying platform or infrastructure. It's a Azure app service. Naveen, just wait a minute. Dash service is an ideal solution when you are concerned only about the code running your service rather than the underlying platform. It's an Azure functions, Naveen, not Azure app service.
Okay.
IoT Hub supports communication both from the device to the cloud and from the cloud to the device. True, Naveen? Dash is used to build and release pipelines that provide integration, deliver, and deployment for your applications. Azure Lab Services.
What's your answer, Ganesh?
Azure Lab Services, Naveen.
Thank you, Ganesh.
Okay, Naveen.
Sindhu, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Can you come online, please? Okay.
Dash is a cloud offering that you can use to quickly and easily build web apps and mobile apps for any platform or device. Azure App Service, Naveen.
Okay.
Azure App Service, Azure App Service. Naveen. Naveen.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's Azure App Service, Naveen.
Got it, Sindhu. Next one.
Dash provides you with information about upcoming maintenance that may affect the availability of your Azure resources. Azure Monitor, Azure Service Health, Azure Security Center. And information about upcoming maintenance that may affect availability of your Azure resources. It's Azure Service Security Center, Naveen. It affects on maintenance and other. Organizations can use Dash to manage governance across multiple Azure subscriptions. Azure Initiatives Resource Group Management Groups. Multiple Azure subscriptions. Multiple. It's resource groups, Naveen, because it's multiple Azure subscriptions. Dash are used by organizations to define performance targets for Azure products and services. Support plan, service level agreements, usage meter. Define performance targets for Azure products and services. Support plans, service level agreements, usage meters. Service level agreements, Naveen. Dash is a logical collection of Azure services that links to an Azure account. Dash is a logical collection of Azure services that links to an Azure account. Resource group, management group, Azure subscription, link to Azure account. Either it's Azure subscription, Naveen. Azure subscription is a logical collection of Azure services that links to an Azure account. It's Azure subscription.
Okay.
If an organization Dash, it can take advantage of discounted pricing through Azure reservation offers, define spending limits, provision at least 25 resources, pays for resources in advance. If an organization, it can take advantage of discounted pricing through Azure reservation offers. It can take advantage of discount. If I'm not wrong, it is defined spending limits, Naveen.
Okay. Thank you, Sindhu.
Thank you, Naveen.
Let's say Gangaram, are you there, buddy? Gangaram, are you there? Okay. Say, Pravalika, are you there?
Yes, Navin.
Okay. Can you come online, please? Okay. See if you can answer this question.
Of the following, give all Azure customers a chance to test beta and other pre-release features. Public preview.
Do you know what is general availability?
Common to all with basic feature.
Do you know what is general availability?
Common to all, like basic one.
Okay. Okay, next one.
This term refers to a level of operational performance usually described as uptime that is higher than normal period, high availability, scalability, and elasticity. High availability.
Okay.
A system in which every application or piece of infrastructure can be expanded to handle an increased load is known to be highly available, scalable, elastic. Scalable. When scaling a system vertically, you add more power or resources to an existing instance. Also, when adding horizontally, we add more servers or databases.
Okay, what did you say? Can you repeat one more time, Prabhulika?
While adding horizontally, we add more servers or databases like resources during horizontal scaling.
Right. So what is your answer here?
Also, which Azure feature is most helpful when trying to incorporate elasticity in a solution? Balancer, availability set, auto scale. Elasticity. Auto scale.
Okay.
Which cloud model is considered the most common way of deploying cloud computing? Public cloud.
Thank you, Prabhulika. Okay, Harsha, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, read please.
Consists of computing resources used exclusively by one business or organization. Public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud. Consists of computing resources used exclusively by one business or organization. Private cloud. Which Azure features is intended to provide a fault tolerance for virtual resources, availability set, scale set, mean at peer. Azure fault tolerance, fault tolerance. Availability set.
Okay.
A dash is a set of data centers deployed within a latency defined perimeter and connected through a dedicated really low latency network. Paid region, resource group. Okay. No latency network. Paid region.
Next one.
Dash is highly availability offering that protects our application and data from data center failures. Data center availability zones, resource groups. Azure data center.
Okay.
Dash is a container that holds related resources for Azure solution. Resources. Data center resources. Dash is a container that holds related resources. Container. Resource group, data center container. Resource group spends encrypted traffic between Azure Virtual Network and an on-premises location over a public internet, public load balancer, internal load balancer, VPN gateway. Encrypted traffic between Azure Virtual Network and that on-premises public load balancer. Public load balancer. Dash is a web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic to your web application. Azure Application Gateway availability set, scale set, load balancer, scale set.
Okay. So what you said. Okay.
A dash lets you create a secure connection to your virtual network from an individual client computer. Site-to-site VPN, point-to-site VPN, express routes. Create a secure connection to your virtual machine from an individual client computer. Point-to-site VPN.
Thank you, Harsha.
Thank you.
Let's see, who is it? Next one, Ravi Adapa, are you there? Ravi Adapa, are you there? Yes. Okay. Let's see what's this here. Next one, Rahul Deep, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Sorry. Sorry about that. And let's say this is Rahul Deep. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Okay.
Manage disk, Navin. Microsoft recommends that you use dash disk for new VMs. Manage disk, Navin.
Okay. Try this one, please.
Azure VMs are built by the hour, minute, second. I think 1 hour, Navin. Hour.
Okay.
Which feature identifies VMs with low utilization? Azure cost management, Azure advisor, Azure cost analysis. Azure advisor, Navin. Preview features are covered by the same SLAs as general availability feature. False, Navin.
Okay.
A free Azure account includes dash in Azure credits. $100, $200, $300, 100, Navin. Microsoft can assist with key recovery if a key that's stored in the key vault is lost. True, Navin.
Okay. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you, Navin.
See, Vishweshwari, are you there?
Yes, Navin.
Yeah. Can you come online, please? Okay.
Trust and the Azure Service Trust Portal both refer the same thing. Center and the Azure Service Trust Portal. Yes.
Come online.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you come online, please?
Yeah, I have on my camera already.
Oh. Don't see anything. Okay.
I have on my camera already.
Okay. Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can see you.
Okay. The Trust Center and the Azure Service Trust Portal both refer the same thing. Yes. Dash is a customizable dashboard which tracks the health of your Azure services. Azure Health Monitor, Azure Monitor, Azure Health Monitor. Azure Health Monitor. Which built-in role can create and manage all types of Azure resources but can't grant access to others. Which built-in role can create and manage all types of Azure resources. Owner.
Pardon me?
Owner.
Owner, okay. See. Still not well?
Only cup. Remaining everything is fine now. Dash is a comprehensive identity and access management cloud solution. Dash is a comprehensive identity. Azure MFA, Azure AD, Azure Domain Services. Dash is a comprehensive access management. Azure AD.
Oh. Okay.
Azure Firewall allows you to centrally create, enforce, and log application and network connectivity policies across subscriptions and virtual networks. True, Naveen.
Thank you, Vishesh.
Hello.
Thank you, Vishweshwari.
Okay, Naveen.
Next, let's say Shyam Padwala. Are you there? Shyam, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah, please come online.
Dash is an on-demand analytic job service that simplifies big data. Azure Data Lake Analysis, HT Insight, Azure Analytics, Data Lake Analytics.
Okay.
Azure file shares cannot be mounted concurrently by cloud or on-premises deployment of Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Azure file share cannot be mounted currently by cloud on or premises deployment of false name. Data on the temporary disk may be lost during a maintenance event or when you redeploy a VM. The disk may be lost. true, Naveen. This may be lost during. Data and temperatures may be lost during. False, Naveen. Dash is a web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic to your web applications. Azure Application Gateway availability sets, scale sets. Dash is a web traffic load balancer that enables you to manage traffic to your web application. Azure Applications Gateway now. A virtual network is scoped to a single region. False, Naveen.
Sean, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay.
Okay. Sai Shilpa, are you there?
Hello, Naveen.
Yeah, Sai Shilpa. Is it you? Can you come online, please? Okay. And let me bring this up. Give me one moment. Okay. Here we go.
True or false? Prefer relational databases when database schema is not mandatory. False, Naveen.
All right. So okay.
A key value store can be used to store user session data, store complex relationship between data. B, Naveen. Store complex relationships. Your application needs to store unstructured data like images, videos. Which type of data store do you recommend? Key value, column, document, object. Object. You are building an online e-ticketing platform, issuing tickets to major sports events. You are using Azure PostgreSQL as the backend database. What type of the processing is your application using? Batch. Online transaction processing. Say, Naveen. You are migrating an on-premises SQL Server database to Azure SQL database. Enterprises license for SQL.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry, Nayan.
Yeah.
You can reuse your existing enterprises license for SQL Server. Getting on-premise SQL Server database to Azure SQL database. You can reuse your existing enterprises. True, Naveen. You want to set up an SQL Server database in Azure. You want to minimize operational overheads. Which of these Azure database would you recommend? SQL Server database. SQL Server on Windows virtual machine.
Thank you, Sindhu. Thank you. Who's it? Sri Rupa, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sri.
Thank you, Naveen.
Okay. Nabi, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah. Can you come on, please?
When using infrastructure as a service, Windows VM to run a database SQL Server, database administration is responsible for upgrading OS infrastructure as a service. True, Naveen. In platform as a service, customer is responsible for database availability. Customer is responsible.
What is your answer, Navya?
False, Naveen. All availability zones in an Azure region are present in the same data center. False.
Okay.
Which of the following is not a data job role? Data engineer, data analyst, system administration, database administrator. Not a data job. System administrator.
System administrator. Following statement is true. Descriptive analytics help in learning what might occur if circumstances change and how to handle the situations, while cognitive analysis help in answering questions about what steps or actions should be taken or reaching goal or target might occur if circumstances change. Answering the question first. B. Naveen. Dash is the process of transforming and mapping the raw data into more useful format of analysis. Data cleaning, data ingestion, and data ingestion. In which pipeline the transformation happens in target data store. Target data store. ETL, I think so. ETL.
Thank you, Naveen. Satish, are you there?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please come online, Satish.
Sometimes it is working, I mean, sometimes it is not working. Cam. It's my personal laptop.
Please read the question and answer, please.
Okay, now. Which type of analysis is appropriate to tell what will happen in the future? Predictive analysis. Which of the following are the characteristics of relational data? Solving data needs to be stored as integers. The rows in the table consist of one or more columns with respect to flexible scheme. I mean, the last one. Naveen, the last one, Naveen, fourth.
Okay, sorry about that.
4, Navin, option D.
Okay. Are you there, Satish?
Yeah, yes, Navin. A lot of distance from my side, so I muted myself.
Okay.
I think table and domain, Navin. So offers a file system that is capable of storing. Option B, Navin. Hello, Navin.
Okay, got it.
I think option 1, Navin.
Yeah.
Dash is an open source and parallel parsing framework. Supports memory parsing to improve the performance of big data analysis application. Apache and Apache Spark, Navin.
Okay. Thank you, Satish.
Okay, Navin.
Riyusha, are you there? Riyusha, are you there? Dhanushri, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah. Try to come online, Dhanushri.
Which of the following are the features of transactional data? Multi-dimensional model, denormalize the data, tablet data, updated schema on right hand. Multi-dimensional model. Tablet data appendable and updatable, schema on right and the display optional linking strategy. Option B, Naveen.
Okay. Okay.
Which of the following statement is or true for batch processing? Select multiple. It processes a large volume of data all at once and there is an expected latency. Data is always processed in real time. There is no more significant and low latency. It processes a large volume of data all at once and there is an expected latency. Option A. Which of the following is the main difference between a data warehouse and a data lake? A data warehouse contains raw business data, whereas a data lake holds structured information. A data warehouse stores a dynamic data, whereas a data lake stores a static data. A data warehouse contains structured information, whereas a data lake holds raw business data. A data warehouse is highly accessible and easily to update, whereas data lake is complicated when making changes between a data warehouse and a data lake. Option A, Naveen. Data warehouse contains raw business data, whereas a data lake holds structured information. In which of the following case you would recommend Azure Synapse Analytics? You can choose multiple options. To perform complex queries and aggregations and to quickly process very large amounts of data, to create a dashboard from the tablet data, to allow a large number of users to query analytics data, to retrieve data from multiple data sources. To perform complex queries and aggregations and to quickly process very large amount of data and to retrieve data from multiple data sources, A and D. You have retrieved data formatted in a different format from multiple sources. Now you need to transform the data into a single uniform format. Which of the following data services would you use? Azure Data Factory, Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure Databricks, none of this. Data formatted in a different format from multiple sources. Now you need to transform the data into a single uniform format. Which of the following data? Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage, I think.
Thank you, Dhanushree.
Okay, now.
Say, Vinay, are you there? Vinay, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you come online? Okay.
Which of the following is a benefit of using multi-region replication with Cosmos DB? Increased availability, consistent data in every region, enhanced data security, none of these. It's increased availability, Navin, I think. Cosmos DB. Yeah, it's increased availability. Option A.
Why do you say it's increased availability?
Yeah, because we are using the multi-region, Navin, so we can store. I mean, we can back up that. That is which is highly available. There will be increase in backup. A system is required to build to monitor the temperature throughout a number of office blocks and set the air conditioning in every room in every block to have a pleasant temperature. Your system needs to manage the air conditioning in 1,000 buildings throughout the country, and each building has at least 110 air-conditioned rooms. What kind of NoSQL data store is most suitable to capture the temperature data so that it can be processed quickly? Storing the data in a file stored in a shape created through Azure File Storage. Send the data to an Azure Cosmos DB database and utilize Azure functions for processing the data. Use blobs to write the temperatures in Azure Blob Storage. Use table to store temperature. Number of spots. Air conditioning in every room. Present temperature. Maybe Cosmos DB, second option, because NoSQL.
Okay. Next one.
Which of the followings can be used to set the IP firewall on the Azure Cosmos DB account? Azure Portal, Azure Resource Manager template, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, all of the above. All of the above, Navin. A relational database is used when a dynamic schema is needed. Data is to be stored in non-tabular form. High consistency is needed. There is a need to store large videos and images. Form. The relational database means a dynamic schema is needed. There is a need to store large videos and images.
What's your final answer?
Relational database is used. Yeah, it's D, Navin. There is a need to store large videos and images.
Okay.
Both Azure Data Studio and SQL Server Management Studio supports all operating systems like Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Like even statement is, yeah, it's true, Navin. It will only not support in 100. Remaining these three will be supported.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you, Vinay. You can turn off, Vinay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Bhuvneshwari, are you there? Bhuvneshwari, are you there?
Navin.
Can you come online?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
In Azure SQL databases, transparent data encryption encrypts the database to protect the data in the motion, server to protect the data in the motion, database to protect the data at rest, server to protect the data at rest. Data encryption encrypts the server to protect the data in the motion, database to protect the data at rest, server to protect the data at rest. Database to protect the data in the motion. Which of the following statement is not true about views in relational database? A view is a virtual table that has the content defined by a query. A view can be created from multiple tables, a single table or even another. One of the most important use of view is to simplify focus and customize perception of the database. A view is a special lookup table that the database search engine can utilize the data retrieval. The following statement is not true. Views in relational database. View is a virtual table that has the content defined by a query. A view can be created from multiple tables, a single table or even another. One of the most important from multiple tables, a single table or even another. Option 2.
All right. Sorry about that. What is your option now?
Option 2.
Vishweshwari, sorry, Bhuvneshwari, what did you say?
Option 2.
2, okay.
Which of the following is not true about a relational table? Values in the table are atomic. All the rows in the table are unique. The sequence of rows matters in the table. Each column needs to have a unique name. Following is not true.
Each values in the table are atomic. Which of the following are the characteristics of OLAP? Choose. It stores the data in third normal form to facilitate simple queries. Data is denormalized for improving the query performance when aggregation is to be done. Backups are hardly needed as OLAP is built to persist data. It provides a consolidated view of enterprise data for planning, reporting, and decision making. Data is regularly backed up without failures. OLAP stores all functional data for the business. Which are the following the characteristics of OLAP? Option 2.
Okay.
Which of the following statement is not true about Azure Cosmos DB? Azure Cosmos DB does not replicate data within a single data center. Azure Cosmos DB relies hash-based message authentication code for the authorization purpose. Azure Cosmos DB protects the data by storing the data on the SSD in Azure's protected data centers. Azure Cosmos DB supports providing or restricting access to the Cosmos account container database and offers through access control in the Azure portal. In Azure Cosmos DB, there is a need to manage and patch servers manually. Which are the following statements true about Azure Cosmos? Azure Cosmos DB does not replicate data within a single data structure, single data center.
Oops. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Okay.
Azure Data Services belong to dash category. IAS passes none. Azure Data Services belong to Azure Data Services belong to dash category. Platform as a service.
Okay. Thank you, Bhuvneshwari. So let's take a lunch break and let's come back and continue, guys. Meet again at 2 p.m., please. Thank you, guys.
concept.
Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Rahul is done. Dhanashri is done. Sai Divya Sirigiri. Divya, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, one moment. Sharing it. Read and answer, please.
I'm not able to see the screen, Naveen. Oh, it came now. You want to ensure that the multi-factor authentication is used to connect with the Azure SQL managed instance. Which of the following type of authentication would you suggest? Certificate authentication, Azure Active Directory authentication, service principal authentication, SQL authentication. To ensure that multi-factor authentication is used to connect with. I think it is option B, Naveen. Azure Active Directory. Which Azure database is the best option when there is a need for high availability and elasticity scaling to open source mobile and web apps? SQL database, SQL server, Azure SQL managed instance. Azure SQL database, Naveen. Which of the following benefits don't relate closely to interact reports in Power BI? Power AI power augmented analytics, advanced analytics with knowledge of MS Office, easier preparation and modeling of data, ideal for enterprise and medium companies that have human capital for supporting analytics. I think it is B, Naveen.
Okay.
Advanced analytics with knowledge of MS Office. Which of the following steps is not included in the implementation of ELT for a Synapse SQL pool? Transformation of data, preparation of data for loading, addition of resources for data transformation before loading, loading the data by using polybase or copy statement. I think it is seen, I mean, addition of resources for data transformation before loading.
Okay.
Which of the following scenarios are ideal for using Azure Synapse Analytics? Multi-data sources that can be correlated, requirement of complicated ELT operations, faster development of dashboard based on tabular data, requirement of detailed analysis and drilling into data by leveraging. It is D, Naveen.
Okay.
Which of the following relates closely to Azure Cosmos DB Explorer? Linear scaling for demanding workloads, optimizing for ad hoc exploration, full screen space for reviewing data, running queries, viewing the related results, Backend support for data incentive Azure service. Azure to Azure Cosmos DB Explainer. Linear scaling for demand explanation for explanation. I think it is A.
Okay.
Which of the following use case scenarios apply relates to the use of non-relational data offerings on Azure? Relational data offerings. Inventory management system database. I think it is 4. D, Naveen. Transaction management system.
Olivia. Okay. Lavanya, are you there?
Yes,
Lavanya?
Naveen. Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
By default, each Azure SQL database is protected by Azure Firewall.
Azure Firewall. Is that your answer?
Actually, I thought network security group, but last time you said Azure Firewall.
Okay. Choose the yes or no, please.
A wind turbine that sends 100 sensor readings per second is example of streaming workload. Your credit card bills that generate every end of the month is an example of batch data. Salary credited to your account on the last day of every month is an example of yeah, Naveen, all true. Yes. Batch workloads collect and process data at most daily. Collect data and then process when condition is met. Process the data in real time. Process data in memory row by row. Collect and process condition is met. It's C. Process data in memory row by row. An Excel file contains user data saved in a blob storage account is an example of what type of data? Storage is batch data. Which of the following columns would make a good primary key to a relational database? Employee ID.
Are you there, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen. It's employee ID. A database object whose content is defined by a query. A database object that helps improve data retrieval time. A database object that holds data. It's view, index, table.
Thank you, Lavanya.
Thank you, Naveen.
Revati, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, please come online. Sharing it. Read it, please.
Expenses table, date, expense type, amount. From the expense table above, your manager asked you to write a SQL query to get the below results. Date, amount. Options. Select the expense type, amount from expenses group by group. Option B, Naveen. Which of the following is a characteristics of non-relational databases? Non-relational databases contain tables with flat mixed column records. Non-relational databases are either schema-free or have relaxed schemas. Non-relational databases require you to use data normalization techniques to reduce data duplication. Non-relation. Option B. Firewall encryption authentication. Ensure that sensitive data never appears as plain text in an Azure SQL database. Support Azure Active Directory, Azure AZ, sign-ins to an Azure SQL database. Prevent access to an Azure SQL database from another network. Option 2 for encryption.
Oops. Looks like you're looking sideways, Revati.
No, sir. Option 2 for encryption. Firewall for 3. Authentication. Authentication for option 2. Firewall option 3. Encryption option 1. Dash is used to access data stored in Azure Storage account, Azure Data Studio, Azure Storage Explorer, SQL Server Data Tools, SQL Server Management Studio, Azure Storage Explorer. Option B. Azure SQL database includes a fully managed backup service. Azure SQL database has built-in high availability. Azure SQL database uses Azure Advanced Threat Protection. All S.
Thank you, Revati.
Okay.
Rahul Maredkonda, are you there?
Yes, no. Hello.
Rahul?
Hello.
Yeah, Rahul. Can you come online?
Yeah, okay. Now. Am I visible now?
Can you turn on your video?
I think my webcam is not working.
Okay. Answer the question.
Which of the following are common characteristics of relational database? Data stored in CSV files in a blob storage account, stored in JSON format. Database prevents deletion of a parent record if a child record exists. Foreign keys. Data is stored in a table format of rows and columns. I think it's option 5, Navin. Data is stored in a table format of rows and columns.
Okay, you have to see 3 options.
Stored in JSON format, data stored in CSV files in a blob storage account.
I can hear you.
Option 1, 2, and 5.
Okay.
Which of the following Azure databases would be considered as infrastructure as a service? Cosmos database, SQL server in a virtual machine, Azure SQL database, SQL managed instance. Azure SQL database.
Oops, I can't hear you.
Azure SQL database.
Okay.
Descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, cognitive analytics. Why did sales increase last
Your voice is becoming low. Are you there, Rahul?
Hello.
Yeah.
Why did sales increase last month? The rise of COVID-19 cases in a country. How do I allocate my budget to buy different inventory items? Diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, descriptive analytics.
Okay.
Which of the following are examples of unstructured data? Unstructured. Log files, CSV files, and blob storage. Does normalization involve eliminating relationships between database tables? Does normalization a database reduces data redundancy? Does normalization improve data integrity? Database tables, data redundancy. I guess all the three options are yes, no. Which of the following Azure services can be used to provision Apache Spark clusters? So Azure Databricks, Azure Log Analytics, Azure Time Series Insight, Azure HD Insight. Two correct options. Azure Databricks and Azure Log Analytics.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you.
Okay, Lokesh, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Yeah, please come online.
You need to store data in Azure Blob Storage for 7 years to meet your company's compliance requirements. The retrieval time of the data is unimportant. The solution must minimize storage cost. Archive. Azure Resource Manager template use format, XML format.
What is your answer? What is your answer, Lokesh?
Thinking, sir. JSON, no, change leader. No change needed. You manage an application that stores data in a shared folder on a Windows server. You need to move the shared folder to Azure storage. Which type of Azure storage should you use? Table, file, queue, blob. Queue. Store data in a shared folder on the Windows server. Files.
Okay.
Azure Cosmos DB table API supports multiple read replicas. The Azure Cosmos DB table supports multiple write regions. Both are yes.
Try to choose the right blanks here. Fill in the blanks, Lokesh. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back while you're thinking.
Okay, Naveen. File storage. Storage, file storage.
Okay, I'm back. What do you think is right order?
Storage account, resource group, file storage. Folders and files. Storage account, resource group, file storage. Dash API of Cosmos DB can be used to work with column-based data. Column-based Cassandra.
Thank you, Lokesh.
Okay, Navin.
Stravi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Alter statement is used to include another column in the table schema in a relational database. Schema in a relational database. Insert. Set. Your company needs to implement a relational database in Azure. The solution must minimize ongoing maintenance. Which Azure service should use? Azure SQL database installed on VM, SQL Server on Azure virtual machines, Azure Cosmos DB, SQL database HD Insight. Your company needs to implement a relational database in Azure. The solution must minimize. First one, sir. Azure SQL database installed on VM. Say first one.
Sorry, what is your answer, Stravi?
First one, sir. Which among the following statement is true with respect to the Azure SQL database? You can use the existing Microsoft SQL Server licenses to reduce the cost of Azure. Microsoft 365 subscription to create an Azure SQL to patches. Master. 3. First one. You can use existing Microsoft SQL Server licenses to reduce the cost of SQL databases. Azure Data Studio is supported on Dash platforms. Okay. iOS and Windows, macOS, Linux. First one, sir. Windows, macOS, and Linux. Windows, macOS, and Linux.
Sorry, Shravya. Did you, what was your answer?
Second one, sir. Which type of non-relational data store supports a flexible schema, stores data as JSON files, and stores all the data for an entity in the same document? Columnar, graph, document, time series. Which type of non-relational data stores flexible schema? I think columnar, first one.
Okay. Thank you, Shravya.
Thank you, sir.
Venkateshwara Rajarupu, are you there?
No.
Can you come online?
Relational data uses dash to enforce the relation between the different tables. Columns, collections, partitions. So the following characteristics related closely to NoSQL database. Cost-effective fixed schema, complex relationship, limited scalability. Fixed schema. DDL or data definition language is different from DML or data manipulation languages because where class in statement while DML does not exist. DDL has two distinct classifications and complex to DDL. DDL can help in creation of database schema. DDL also helps to retrieval. See Naveen.
Oops.
recently joined a new company as a data engineer where you have been assigned to develop the web and application trials for the logistic app. What is the most suitable alternative for hosting your database? Hosting on-premises SQL Server, hosting the Azure SQL database in the cloud, development and on-premises data. I have recently joined a new company as a data engineer where you have been assigned to development the web applications trials for the logic. What is the most suitable alternative for hosting a database? Hosting on-premises SQL Server. Common tasks and responsibilities of the data analyst includes finding hidden patterns using the data, focus only on available data, retrieves access the data in the company, arrives at the conclusion of one step, analyst focus only on available data.
Okay. Thank you, Venkatesh.
Thank you.
Suresh Kumar Madana, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Come online, please. You're on mute, buddy.
You are working as a data engineer in a manufacturing company. Your company data from different data sources contains dates and times in different formats. You want to transfer this raw data into a single uniform structure. Which of the following would you use for this purpose? Azure Databricks. You work as a data associate in a cloud service provider organization, and data scientist asks you for a suggestion on which cloud service a client should use if he wants to get a fully managed platform with the least user management to run his application. Which of the following cloud service would you recommend? SaaS. Read the following statements. Azure analysis services are used for transactional workloads. Azure Databricks is a collaborative analytics platform based on the Apache Spark. Azure Data Factory orchestrates data injections workflow. Azure Synapse is an analytics service used to bring data analytics and enterprise data warehouse together. Which of the following statements are true? Choose the correct option. One, two, and four. Fourth option, I think. What is the role of pipeline in a data factory in the management of activities? pipeline allows some management to base individual set of code. There is no role pipeline. A pipeline allows the management of activity as a set. Option A. The MPP, massively parallel processing engine of Azure's Synopsys Analytics. Client connections across the controls, distributes housing events. Redirecting and connecting the computer also. The engine of redirects the client connection across the control nodes. A.
Thank you, Suresh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Amoli, are you there?
Yes, Naveen. Yes, Naveen.
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
You are using an e-commerce application that reads and writes the data to an Azure SQL database. Which processing is this application using? E-commerce application that reads and batch processing. You're working as a data associate in an organization. Your client has accomplished the task with his Azure Cosmos DB account and wants to delete it. He doesn't know about the steps to be followed for it. You need to help him to follow the right sequence of steps to clean up his Azure Cosmos DB account. How will you arrange the following steps in the right sequence? Select the created resource group for the quick start. Search and select the resource groups in the Azure portal search bar. Enter the name of the resource group you want to delete and select delete. Select delete resource group on the resource group overview page. Enter the name of 2143. It's
okay.
The objects in blob storage cannot be accessed via Azure PowerShell, Azure Storage REST API, Azure Storage Client Library, Azure Connect, and Azure CLI. The objects in the blob storage cannot be accessed via I think it's Azure Storage REST API.
Okay.
Consider the JSON document for your cosmetics e-commerce website. ID, product name, description, supplier, quantity, unit cost. What will be the SQL command to retrieve the product name for the given document? you show that JSON format? Options. The statement to retrieve the product name for the given document. Second option.
Okay.
You have a file system where text files have been stored. The primary index of a file is the file path, but you want to perform a search based on the contents of the file. Which of the following would help you to find the path to the files as per your machine criteria? A document data store, key value data store, external index data store, graph data store. Let's search first. So following will help you to find the path to the files as per your machine criteria. I think it's document data store. Which of the following is a unique identifier for the document, often hashed for the event distribution of data, and helps in retrieval of data from the document in the document data store? Primary key, hash key, secondary key, and document key. Unique identifier for the document, often hashed for the event distribution of data, and helps in retrieval of the data from the document in the document data store. I think it's primary key.
Okay. Thank you, Amulya.
Thank you, Naveen.
See that as Amulya. Ganesh Paripalli, are you there, buddy?
Yes, my way.
Okay.
Which of the following is used to create and modify the structure of database objects? Data query language, data definition language, data control language, data manipulation language. Data query language. Data query language, Naveen. Which of the following is not a feature of the Azure data for MariaDB? High availability and predictable performance, provides read and write MySQL system database, auto scaling, auto backups, and point in time restore, secure protection of data with enterprise grade secure. Option C, Naveen, auto scaling, auto backups, and point in time restore.
Okay.
A database index allows a query to dash data efficiency from a database. Delete, retrieve, find, search. Retrieve the data. You are working is an organization and your client was to migrate all of his SQL workloads to Azure such that complete SQL Server compatibility and operating system level accessing will be maintained. Which Azure database would you recommend it to the client? Azure SQL database, Azure Cosmos database, Azure SQL managed instance, SQL Server on virtual machines. Azure SQL database, option A. An organization has been using a bar chart to present the year-wise sales of a region to track the status of sales year by year. How would you recognize the analytics here? Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Predictive.
Thank
Option
you,
C.
Ganesh.
Option C, predictive.
Okay. Thank you, Ganesh. Niharika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Come online, please.
Yeah.
Come online, please.
Yes. Sir. Read the statement in relational databases. All the values in a column will have same data type. Choose the correct option with respect to the given statement. A relational database stores the data and provides access to data points that are related to each other. A relational database follows the basic relational model, that is simply and straightforward method of storing a data in tables. Each row of a table in relational database represents a record with ID key. Each column of the table holds an attribute of the data, and each record represents the value of each attribute. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Following are the characteristic real-time data processing. Low latency data ingestion
You can turn
and
off
high
your
latency.
webcam, Niharika. You can turn off your webcam.
Network is low.
Yeah, let's turn off your webcam.
Oh, okay, sir. Two options. Data is processed just after creation is one. Expected low latency and periodic data processing. First and second options.
Okay.
SQL Server, Azure SQL database, Postgres SQL, all this is used. Azure Studio, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, Microsoft SQL Data, all of them. Answer is Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio.
Okay.
Azure SQL database creation can be automated using template, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, all of the above. Azure SQL database creation. All, sir, all of the above.
Okay.
In Azure Data Factory, pipeline contains a logical group of activities that can be scheduled. In Azure Data Factory, pipeline contains logical group of activities that can be scheduled. False. True, sir.
Pardon me?
True, sir.
Thank you, Niharika. Tanuja, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
One moment, please. Guys, could one of you send me the link to that Tech Mahindra drive, please?
Chat disabled now.
How about now, Lavanya? Yes. Thank you, Niharika. Thank you, Satish. One moment, please. Sorry, guys, I was on mute. I have renamed this as Azure. I have added a few more content into the one which is getting uploaded right now. Go through that and review all the questions, guys. That will be helpful for you. Okay, so just uploaded the file, guys. You can download that and review that. I come back here. Let's see what else is there. Tanuja. Okay, sorry about that, Tanuja. Give me one moment here. Sharing the screen. Say that will be. Bring it up. Yes. Okay. Oops, one more time. Okay.
Which of the following property ensures that the concurrent execution of multiple transactions leave the database in the same state that would have been attained if the transactions were executed sequentially? Atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Which of the following property? Atomicity.
Okay.
The mathematical terms relation and tuple in relational database respectively represent table and domain, table and row, table and column, key and row. Table and row. Which of the following statement is true about a data lake store? Data lake store. Azure Data Lake Store offers a file system that is capable of storing only a limited amount of data. Azure Data Lake Store is optimized for analytics workloads, and Azure Data Lake Store offers granular security over data through access control lists. Azure Data Lake Store is not compatible with the Hadoop distributed file system. So the yeah. Option B, Azure Data Lake Store is optimized for analytics workloads, and Azure Data Lake Store offers granular security. Select the right sequence for implementing the extract, load, and transform process. Extract the source data into text files. Prepare the data for loading. Load the data into staging tables with the Polybase or the copy command. Land the data into Azure Blob Storage or Azure Data Lake Store. Transform the data. Insert the data into production tables. Extract the source data into text files. Load the data into Azure Data Lake Store or Azure Blob Storage. Prepare the data for loading. Load the data into staging tables with the Polybase or the copy command. Transform the data. Insert the data into production tables. Extract the source data into text files. Load the data into Azure Blob Storage or Azure Data Lake Store. Prepare the data for loading. Load the data into staging tables with Polybase or the copy command. Insert the data into production tables. Transform the data. Extract the source data into text files. Prepare the data for loading. Load the data into staging tables with Polybase or the copy command. Land the data into Azure Blob Storage or Azure Data Lake Store. Insert the data into production tables. Transform the data. Option A, Naveen.
Okay. Thank you, Tanja.
Okay, Naveen.
Suresh, Shadu, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Sharing the screen. Read and answer.
Which of the following are the features of transactional data? Denormalized data, tabular data, appendable and updatable schema on write, and pessimistic or optimistic looking strategy, multi-dimensional model, low integrity and consistency. Which of the following are the features? Second option, tabular data, appendable and updatable schema on write, and pessimistic or optimistic looking strategy.
Okay.
Which of the following statements is or true for batch processing? It processes a large volume of data all at once and there is an expected latency. Data is always processed in real time. There is no or significantly low latency. It processes a large volume of data all at once and there is an expected latency.
Okay.
Warehouse and data. Which of the following is the main difference between a data warehouse and a data lake? A data warehouse contains raw business data, whereas a data lake holds structured information. A data warehouse stores the dynamic data, whereas data lake stores the static data. A data warehouse contains structured information, whereas a data lake holds raw business data. A data warehouse is highly accessible and easy to update, whereas data lake is complicated while making changes. A data warehouse contains structured information, whereas data lake holds raw business data. I think so.
Okay.
Which of the following is a benefit of using multi region replication with Cosmos? Increased availability, consistent data in every region, enhanced data security.
Multi-region replication with Cosmos DB. Increased availability now. A system is required to build to monitor the temperature throughout a number of office blocks and set the air conditioning in every room in every block to have a pleasant temperature. Your system needs to manage the air conditioning in many thousand buildings throughout the country, and each building has at least 110 air conditioning rooms. What kind of NoSQL data store is most suitable to capture the temperature data so that it can be processed quickly? Storing the data in a file stored in a share created through Azure file storage. Send the data to an Azure Cosmos DB database and utilize Azure functions for processing the data. Use blobs to write the temperatures in Azure blob storage. Use table to store the temperature. What kind of NoSQL data store is most suitable? Send the data to an Azure Cosmos DB database now. Second option.
Thank you, Suresh.
Thank you, Navin.
One moment, guys. Working on something for you. Back here. Sharing the screen again. Upload one more file. Just one moment, guys. I'm just checking something and let you know. Oh. Okay. Stopping it. Sharing it again. Uploading this file also, guys. This is the one we discussed yesterday. Services public preview. Few questions and answers. What is public cloud? Things like that. So uploading this one. That will be here. And I think we have Pratyusha. Are you there, Pratyusha?
Yes, Navin.
Yeah. Back to sharing. Share it, and let's say I think this was just finished by Suresh. Let's see. So Cosmos TV. Okay, take a quick guess here.
Which of the followings can be used to set the IP firewall on the Azure Cosmos DB account? All of the above, Navin. Cosmos DB.
Okay. How about this one?
Graphic-based. Which of the following API of Azure Cosmos database provides a graph-based view on database? Gremlin, Navin. At which of the following levels it is possible to set the throughput for an Azure Cosmos DB account? Partition, database and container, item, value. Database and container. You should use Azure file storage for the files that are likely to be written by multiple concurrent processes simultaneously. Should be written by multiple concurrent processes simultaneously. False, Navin.
Okay.
Not sure. Which of the following Azure tools describes the services to be deployed in JSON format? They to describe the services to be deployed in JSON format. Azure portal. Azure Manager templates.
Okay.
A relational database is used when a dynamic schema is needed, Naveen.
Okay.
Which of the following is not the specific feature of Azure database for MySQL? Elastic scaling, automation and monitoring to streamline the management for large-scale deployments, protecting the data with automatic backups and point-in-time store for up to 35 days, capability of storing and manipulating geometric data such as polygons, circles, and lines. Database for MySQL. Mathematics and point-in-time store. P, Naveen?
B for boy or D for dog?
E. Automation and monitoring to streamline the management for large-scale deployments.
Okay. Thank you, Pratisha. Okay. So let's see, come back here. Back to Harshita, are you there? Harshita, are you there? Harshita? About Praharsha, are you there?
So completed.
Hello? Yeah, no, now I'll be doing a little bit of code assessment. Hello? Is that Praharsha?
Yes, ma'am.
Come online, please.
Hello. Naveen?
Yeah. Piyusha, is that you?
Yes, Naveen, I'm not done with Viva.
You were not there at the time?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Can you come online, please? Okay. Okay. In the meantime, Harshita or Praharsha, please log into your Jupyter lab, please. And here's the first question for you, Piyusha. Read and answer, please.
SQL has its own query language that is known as PGSQL, Oracle, SQL, MySQL. It's PGSQL. Azure Data Studio and SQL Server Management Studio supports all operation systems like Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. True. Student.
What are the students and marks respectively? Table and column. Table and column.
One moment.
Which of the following is not true about a relational table? Values in the table are atomic. All the rows in the table are unique. The sequence of rows matters in the table. Each column needs to have a unique name. The sequence of rows matters in the table. Option C. Which of the following is the benefits of utilizing platform as a service over the on-premises system for running your database management system? Decreased day-to-day management costs and enhanced scalability, enhanced functionality, enhanced security. Decreased day-to-day management costs and enhanced scalability.
Thank you, Priyusha. This should be good. Okay. Praharsha, have you logged into your Jupyter Lab? Let's take a short 5-minute break, guys. 3:45. Let's take a short 10-minute break. Please regroup. Praharsha, Harshita, please try to log back into your Jupyter Lab in the meantime. Okay, Harshita, Prahasha, are you back? Harshita, Prahasha, are you back? Say, how about, what's this there? Shabazz, are you back, buddy?
Oh, yes, Naveen, I'm here.
Okay. Can you log into your Jupyter notebook, share your screen?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, can you write a function in Python which will return hello world? That is printing, right? That is not returning, right?
Yeah, okay, Naveen, once again.
Can you write a function which will return a multi-line, multiple lines? Say, Mera Bharat Mahan, Hamara Bharat Mahan.
Should I use only one function, Naveen, or else?
It's okay, anything is fine.
What I'm trying to do is I will define another function and return S2 inside other function.
Okay. Can you write a function which takes default argument. Okay. Can you write a function which is an example of keyword argument?
Keyword argument.
Thank you, Shivas.
Yeah, thank you. Naveen.
Thakur, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Please get into your Jupyter Lab and share your screen.
Yes, Naveen. We cannot start share while other parties.
Shivas, you can stop.
One minute. Screen, where is it? Just a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharing your screen.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. I sent you something. Run that and try to fix that.
Yes. First innings. This one?
Yes.
Something I'm missing here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 4, 6, yeah. Yes, no.
Create two variables, radius and pi, and write the code to calculate the area of the circle.
Create
two variables, radius and pi.
Radius.
I will only say it once or twice, buddy. You have to listen very carefully.
Okay, sir.
Create two variables, radius and pi.
Okay. Calculate. Hello. I'm not getting the question correctly.
Create two variables, radius and pi.
Okay.
Okay, now write a function which will calculate the area of radius, area of this circle.
Area of a circle.
Yeah.
Pi square minus that one. Area of circle pi square minus pi of square minus pi square minus.
What is the area of a circle?
That's what I'm forget. I'm not getting.
Area of a circle is pi r square, no?
Pi r square, sorry. R square. Right.
Pi multiplied by 2 multiplied by r. Let's see. Okay. To everyone.
3
Can others type in now? Can anyone of you type in what is the correct code, guys? How to?
3.145.
Try that, please.
So. Yeah. Score.
Oh, sí. No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Taco. Next, you can stop sharing. Srichar, can you come online?
Yes, Navin.
Okay, this is Sricharan and let's see where we are. Okay, create a variable Nescafe equals to coffee.
Yes, Amit.
How do you find the type of it?
Type of Nescafe. Avin?
Yeah. How do you find the ID of the Nescafe object? Okay. If you have to concatenate both type and ID, how do you do that?
I mean, I think we cannot concatenate string and integer.
Concatenate.
We cannot add a string and integer.
Okay. Anybody else? Others?
I will try now.
You mean typecasting, Naveen?
No, don't tell me. Just write your answer and you try it and give me the answer.
Naveen, can I convert this number into string and concatenate?
I mean, you should not ask me, buddy. You should do whatever you can. You keep trying. I want to see you trying. If I give you the hint, I'm telling you the answer. How about others, guys? Anybody able to help Sricharan?
Could you please repeat the question?
I just wanted him to concatenate the type and the ID. Okay. Let's say in that string, I want to replace coffee with tea. How do you do that? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Can you give me an example where you're converting string to an integer?
Converting string to integer.
Yeah. Okay. Can you create a function which returns an empty list object?
An empty list.
Empty list here. Okay. Okay. Create, modify the function so it returns a list object with 3 numerical data and 3 textual data. Okay. Now, good. Now replace all the numerical data with the mod. Okay, remove all the numerical data.
So should I use
No.
method?
No, not hard coded, but write a function which will take that as an argument, that list as an argument, and remove all the numerical data. Oh, are you able to, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Navin.
Oh.
I have to remove this numerical data.
Within the function. Others can come online and try to give a hint to Sri Charan to help him guys. Niharika, Lavanya, Lokesh, you can give a hint to Sri Charan. You can come online and feel free to give hint to Sri Charan. Sri Charan, here is a hint. Can you try to use a for loop? Anybody else? Can you give a hint to Sri Charan? Any help to him? Don't type in the code, just give him a hint or help. About Lavanya, Pratyusha, Niharika, Tanuja. Okay. Anybody? Anybody helping you?
No, Naveen.
Okay.
I think we can use is instance in order to find out the integer. Like if we write function condition, if is instance of right, Charan?
Is instance.
Yeah. Enter if not space is instance of I comma int
I comma
int integer. Yeah. Colon at last. Under definition, create an empty list.
the
And
definition.
Then, under the after the function, create empty list and append.
Here.
Yeah, create b equals to empty list. In if condition, write b dot append of I.
That's it.
Return b. I think written under for loop.
Return under for loop. Exactly. Under for loop.
Good, Lavanya. Let's see, if you have to do it for string, what would be the change?
Just replace instead of int, write str.
Put that into new cell. Okay. Create an example of a nested list. Inside the nested list, just have the textual data. Now write a function which will extract all the only the textual data from this list.
Same this type.
That kind of function.
Return this nested list, right?
Return textual data. Can anybody help Srisha?
You mean accessing the ABC list?
I just want ABC, Lavanya.
Indexing works, right? A of 3.
Oh, we have to write it in function. By using function, we have to extract it.
Try with the for loop again. Can you try to use nested for loop?
Nested for loop. For loop inside for loop. Not getting the logic, Naveen.
How about anybody else, guys?
For X in I,
Go ahead.
Sorry?
for X in I,
Tanuja. Okay, over here, instead of that for X and I, can you check and see if it is an integer object or if it is a list object? Instead of that for X and I, say if is instance of integer or list. What will you check here?
List.
You have to check if I is an integer or a list object. How will you do that? You can say I comma int, and then I also want you to check if it is, if I is list object, how will you do? I want to say, I want you to test another condition also. You can use OR, right? You can say OR. And what will you do?
Is instance.
Is instance I and say list.
Is instance I and list, right?
Yeah.
Just write list, L-I-S-T.
Okay. If this condition passes, then just say print it is int or list.
Should I run the function?
Yeah. Okay. Now, can anyone think of how to extract the textual data one more time?
Take empty list as before.
Here.
Before down the function. Within the function.
Let's say.
As argument.
No.
Have you
as
written
before 27th cell.
Have you written it, Niharika?
Oh, yes, sir. I sent you.
Send it me. Okay. See. So I'm enabling the chat. Send it to everyone. You can send it to, have you sent it? Okay. What are you doing here? If for an Nescafe, if it is instance or isn't it str? Okay, it took a shortcut. Okay, try to run what Niharika sent. Sharon. Okay. So you have given me a nested list. B dot append. Why am I getting a nested list here? I need individual cups, Niharika. I don't need the entire list object. It's a nested list you're giving me.
Charan, simply remove append and write extend.
So you're doing an extend. You gave it the complete list. So here, B dot extend is just adding at the end for I Nescafes. Whereas that, okay, good one there. Let's see, come back here. Back to, I think you already created the Nescafe object. Execute the Nescafe.
Which one, Navin?
Nescafe. Oh no, create a new object called Nescafe Coffee. get me the last element of Nescafe? Okay, try to get me the last two elements. Okay, so looks like Lavanya has a shortcut there. Try Lavanya's thing. Okay, good one. Let's see. Can you try to give me every second element in Nescafe?
Oh, yes, Navin. Navin, only second element.
Every second element.
Oh, that means O, F, and E.
Okay, acceptable. How do you find the length of list?
By using length keyword, len keyword. Should I create a list and find out the length?
Okay.
Should I create, Navin?
Yes. Okay. Can you try to convert a list to a tuple?
Yes, Navin.
Good. Can you try to create a list which has duplicate items? Okay, try to convert it to a set.
So yes, Naveen, it's done.
Good answer. Okay, so guys, I'll continue. So Sharon, thank you, buddy. Tomorrow
you.
also be continuing with a little bit of code evaluation, things like that. Please try to have a quick look at our Python code and also a little bit of Scala code, and we'll continue our journey from there, guys. Okay, everybody okay with that? Quick yes, please. Tomorrow, today is Thursday. Tomorrow is probably going to be the last day, and we'll try to complete some of the code assessments, guys. So just prepare yourself. Thank you, guys. Scala, I'll share it to you, Shah. Thank you for reminding. Okay, guys, you guys can go ahead and sign off. Cool.
Naveen?
Yeah.
Naveen? Yeah. I think last 2 days Azure PDFs are not uploaded in the drive, Naveen.
Yeah, I just uploaded Azure and Scala also. I just uploaded Lavanya.
And one more thing, what is the default firewall in Azure? Is it Azure firewall or NSG?
I think it is server firewall.
Server?
Server firewall.
Okay, Naveen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Signing off, guys. You guys take care. Stay safe. Keep learning. Stay safe again. Thank you and bye for now.